Okay. I think I'm live. Looks like things are good. Um, what's up? I didn't do much to prepare for this stream, per usual, so I apologize if things are a little lackluster, as usual. But right now, I am trying to kind of fine tune things, so it's taking me a little bit longer to get things started. I'm very much on what's the word I'm looking for? Um, I just have to go for it. It's really hard to test this stuff without having, for lack of a better term, an audience or someone to watch and let me know what things look like. So I'm just going to test what I can while I'm brewing. And hopefully this Brewday live stream will help make my next Brewday live stream better. That's always the plan. It doesn't always work out that way, but that is the plan. Right now I'm doing a bourbon barrel aged Belgian dark cherry quad. I'm gonna have to find some way to make a name for that because that's a lot. But really, it's just a dark quad, a Belgian quad, so very strong, very dark. Hints of cherry, other dark fruits, and I am going to soak some barrel chips, or specifically oak cubes, in some bourbon, as well as some cherries in some bourbon. Let that soak for probably a week or two, and then add that to my secondary fermenter, where I will condition half of this beer for 3 months. It's kind of a test. I haven't done anything like this before. I also haven't used my 3-vessel system in a while. You can see my hot liquor tank, my mash tun, and my kettle actually has my strike water in it right now. So that's up to temp, I'm pretty sure. So if it is, I'm gonna dump it into my mash tun, make sure it is at temp, and then get in my grains. I do have a nice action cam, which you can kind of see behind me there, the GoPro on top of the kettle. So hopefully that's gonna add just another layer to it. Let me get my live stream going as well so I can see things. Let's see, YouTube, and then I am live on Twitch as well. Let me make sure it's muted. Yeah, so that looks good. And then get in my grains. That looks good too. Let me see if that delay is still there. And add just another layer to it. Let me get my live stream going as well. Okay, yeah, that looks fine. That looks fine. Okay, awesome. So for those that are watching, thank you. I am again going to apologize if it is a little rough, because I'm still getting a few of these things ironed out, as I have not dialed in my live stream yet. So I'm going to go ahead and try to get my strike water ready. Make sure it's up to temp. And it seems to be, it's at 170. I'm mashing it at 152-ish, 154. I'm going to mash in at about 152 to 154. I've got the water at 170 with my gloves. At 170 right now. For those that are curious as to what my actual 3-vessel system generally looks like, I'm going to go ahead and switch to my action cam. You'll see me pour my water in, and then I'll be pouring my grains in. I apologize for the difference in quality, considering, wow, I didn't realize it was, okay, whatever. I'm just not even going to bother with that. Hopefully that looks fine. Hopefully it looks fine. But I'm going to go ahead and get my water in. I've got a false bottom made of copper tube. There's slits on the bottom, and those slits make it easy for the wort to get through and drain. I very often get stuck sparges, so essentially what I'm trying to do right now is I've got a grain bag on the false bottom to ensure that no grains actually get into it, and thus it does not get stuck. I've had it still get stuck on me once before, but I'm going to try to not do what I did then so that it doesn't happen again. But I'm going to go ahead and get my water, get it poured in, make sure it's up to temp, stays at the 154 or so that I want it to be at. Let me get my, this over just a touch. Yeah, it doesn't seem to affect it too much. Perfect, that looks perfect. All right, so I've got a temperature probe here that I'm going to just slide through the lid here. There we go. I'm gonna make sure it's stays about right there because I want to make sure that it's nice and covered. I want to make sure it's nice and covered so that it gives me a very accurate reading of the temperature. Let's see. I don't know how to turn it off, so I just flip my battery around. That's the same as turning it off, right? Okay, so get my awesome. Okay, so that should stay there. Now to get my water. I do need at least one glove because the bottom is going to be hot. Rather than using my electric all-in-one system, I am going to use my 3-vessel system because my 1-vessel, my all-in-one, can only work with about 18 pounds of grains, and this is going to be about 21 pounds. So not quite, this is too big a grain bill. Okay, so I need to get this in there. This is pretty full, so let's see what's the easiest way. I can only hope it's going to be at the temp I need it to be. Since I've got such a large grain bill, I'm working with about 7 gallons of strike water. Right now it's at about probably 170 or so. This is definitely the largest beer I've made so far. The biggest, boldest that I've made, so hopefully it goes well. Right now this is 165, which is not a bad strike temp so far. I've got an entire 5-gallon bucket full of grains, essentially. That's not always the case. I'll try to put the malt bill in the description when I get back to my computer, and I'm able to. But here's what we're working with on grains. Yeah, this is about 20 pounds of grains. The largest behind this was my Russian Imperial Stout, and that was about 17, 18 pounds. I still kind of messed up that one, so it didn't turn out the way it was supposed to, but that's okay. Not everything does. Okay, all right, so that looks good. I'm gonna go ahead and get my mash paddle ready. I don't want to lose temp, and it's slowly losing temperature, so I'm gonna go ahead and get this mashed in. This smells so good. I've been waiting for this for a very long time. I've been working on this recipe for a while. And this is going to be my first chance to put it to work. So temp is looking good still. We're at 162. I'm going to let it continue to fall because I don't want it to sit at 162. I really want it to be at 154, but as long as it's below 156, I'm cool. I want it to be 156 because the higher your temp, your mash temp, the less fermentable sugar, essentially. Rather, the sugar is a little bit harder for the yeast to ferment, to eat away and convert to alcohol. So it leaves a slightly higher, a fully bodied beer with a slightly higher gravity, which just means there's more sugar left in the resulting final product. That's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just not what we're going for here. I don't want a full-bodied beer, despite how strong it's going to be. This is going to be pushing 10%. Despite how strong it's already going to be, I do not want it to be too full-bodied. That's not a typical attribute of a Belgian-style beer. They're generally kind of dry and crisp. So that's what I'm going to try to go for here. Right now, I am just making sure there are no dough balls, no clumps of grain. Because if that's the case, then I won't be able to take advantage of the sugars that the grains will offer. The enzymes won't convert to sugars if they're all kind of clumped up. So I'm just running through right now with my mash paddle. I kind of dig this action cam. I like it. I was a little concerned. It took me a while to get it going, but this is the best that I could come up with, considering I'm in my garage. For whatever reason, these walls, the suction cup mount I have for my GoPro, it does not like these walls. It will not stick to the walls. It barely sticks to the kettle. So right now I'm just using a regular tripod for it, small tripod, and it seems to be doing okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave it alone. It's at 153, which is exactly where I want it to be. So I'm gonna leave that alone for now. I'm just gonna put a little rag on the top there. And just like that, 153, we are mashed in at, and I put my phone on something sticky, fantastic. 12:22, so let's say 12:20. So an hour mash should give me let's say 1:30. I'll do a 70-minute mash, why not? I accidentally put my phone on something on the table, and I don't often clean the table when I'm done with my Brewday. So there's just something sticky, just worked, that's from maybe dripped off of something. But let me get my beer journal. I don't even have that out here. So I'm gonna throw out my BRB. Give me just 1 second to grab my journal. Okay, so again, we are brewing. Let me put that in the title. Can I change that right now? I don't know if I can change that. That's definitely not what I put here, but okay. Brewday live stream. Actually, I'm just gonna do Belgian dark cherry quad Brewday live stream. Thanks for tuning in. To support the stream and check out my YouTube channel. This is also I didn't name it that though. Wow. All right. So I guess I need to figure out the specifics of naming my stream things because I did not name it. I just grabbed the last one despite me typing in the one that I am doing. So that's pretty fun. But again, I'm still figuring this stuff out, and I am, though it's kind of unfortunate, I am definitely a let's see, can I edit this now? Cool. I'm a learn as you go kind of person, so quite a bit of what I pick up, I try to learn as I go. I'm definitely a hands-on person. So, copy. Okay. So that should do that. Paste. Okay. My neighbors, as you can tell, are out and about today, which is super cool. Can I do that? All right, cool. So that looks good. That is fine. Save. Okay, all right. So back to the Brewday. Hey, Ravenous. I am brewing a bourbon barrel aged Belgian dark cherry quad. Long story short, it is a Belgian quad that I'm gonna spruce up with some cherries and some bourbon barrel chips, or cubes to be specific. If you haven't visited the channel before or anything like that, I'll be getting married later this year in August, and I am going to, as a home brewer would, produce my own beer for it. So I'm going for 4 beers. This one is, well, 5 if you count this one, but 5 beers and a celebratory one, a top, an all-in, a go hard or go home type thing. That's gonna be this one. It should be 10.5% or so on its own, 10% on its own. And then when I get the barrel cubes in, or the bourbon and the barrel cubes in, it's probably gonna push it to like 10.5, maybe even like 11%. It all kind of depends on how much bourbon I end up adding. But right now I am still getting a lot of this stuff together, as far as I just mashed in what is 6 minutes ago. So I still got quite a bit to go on the Brewday. But right now I've got all 20 pounds of grain in my mash tun with about 7 gallons of water. Mixed that, make sure that looked good. And now I am just gonna let that ride probably for like 30 minutes before I get my first gravity sample. I can get a gravity sample. I don't want to mess around with it too much, because this cooler, it does great with temperature control. But if I open it, I say temperature control. That's probably not the best phrasing. It retains that heat very well. It retains the temperature very well. But if I open this, I'm afraid I may lose some of the, at least 1 or 2 degrees. So I'm probably not going to open it at all. But we'll see exactly how it goes. Let me move this over a little bit more so I can see the chat there. That looks good. That looks good. Why does this say I'm not full screen? All right, cool. So awesome. Is that Roush? Rosh? Oh wait, that name looks awful familiar now that I'm thinking about it. What's up? I think that's Logan. I can't tell. He's very well known for the ridiculously hilarious names he's got for a lot of accounts and such. So I apologize if I didn't pick that up. But yeah, I'm brewing a bourbon barrel dark quad. I'm gonna get some cherries. I should probably work on that. Maybe if my fiance goes out, I'll ask her to grab some cherries for me, or if we go out for dinner or something, I'll grab some. But I do want to get some cherries, soak those in bourbon for about a week, and then add those to the fermenter. I don't know. So the plan was to split the batch, where I would split at packaging. I would bottle half of it, so about 3 gallons. This is a 6-gallon batch. So the plan is to bottle about 3 gallons. And then continue conditioning the other 3 gallons. So in about 2.5, 3 weeks, when this is done fermenting, the plan is to get half of it in bottles and just save that or hand them out as I do, I'm going to take the other half, put it in a smaller carboy. This one here, this is a 3-gallon plastic carboy. Perfect for stuff like what I'm doing right now, or at least what I will be. But I'm gonna get about 3 gallons in that, and add those whiskey, the bourbon barrel cubes, and a little bit of bourbon as well. Probably about a half liter of bourbon, just enough to soak the cubes entirely. I want those to have like a nice strong. I want an oaky, smoky touch to it, and I'm hoping that just the right amount of oak cubes should do it. I've got enough to work for 5 gallons. I may pull just a little bit off of that. I do want it to be oaky, but I don't want it to be overpowering. But I've got my handy dandy beer journal here. I need to write out my recipe so that I can remember exactly how it went down. So let me go grab that. I'll put the recipe in the description, or at least I'll put a link to the recipe in the description. How about that? Maybe get my document some clicks. Okay, maybe I won't do that because it's got... actually, yeah, no, it's not in my document. I mean, technically it is, but I'm using Brewger as my preferred choice of brew tools, brew software. I really like Brewger for one. It works really well. Hold on, I don't think that's right. Okay, so that looks good, that looks good, that looks good. View, that's what I'll do. Awesome. Cool, so I'm gonna put the, for those that are interested, I'm gonna put the recipe in the description. Okay, today we're brewing my biggest and boldest beer yet. A bourbon barrel. I don't know if bourbon barrel aged is accurate. And technically it's kind of accurate. I just don't know if it's honest. It's not bourbon barrel chips like you are. I'm not aging it in a bourbon barrel. I didn't take a bourbon barrel, get it chopped up for me, and then have the chips sent. These are French oak cubes, much like chips from a barrel, but they're cubed for more surface area, which generally means that it will soak a little bit more. So the beer will soak up more of the oak cube. But I don't know if bourbon barrel aged is honest, but it sure sounds good. So I'm gonna go with it. Bourbon barrel aged Belgian dark cherry quad. And then the recipe. Boom, done, save. I'm gonna copy that. Copy, save. Sorry that I'm saying exactly what I'm doing, but it helps me do it. Twitch, edit. I like that the latency on Twitch is much, much lower than that of the YouTube latency. So I can like pretty well keep up with what's going on wait, what? Oh, that's the notification, I see. BBA. Oops. Okay, so we're gonna have so many characters there, which makes sense. Alright, boy, I'm hungry. I have not eaten today. Alright, boom. Oh. Okay, this is really hard without a mouse. I'm generally using a mouse, and I'm not right now, so this is really hard. Okay, Belgian quad. There's just too many things to put. Okay, so that should do it. All right, back to the Brewday. So since having mashed it in, I've actually gained 1 degree, which is cool. I was really wanting 154. 154 because that's about the right mash temperature for the dryness that I want out of this beer. I don't want it to be too full-bodied. I do kind of want it to be a little bit thinner, just because thinner and drier. Just because drier, crisp beers are an attribute of Belgian-style beers. So that kind of checks out there. But I know it's going to lose probably 3 or 4 degrees, maybe even 5 over the hour mash. So I want to set it just a touch higher than where I can actually keep it. My all-in-one kettle, the one behind me here, that one can actually hold temp pretty okay. I find that the temperature probe loses temperature, but the grain bed does not lose very much temperature. I've done a small test on that using the temperature probe I have here, and of course the electric one that it gives you, that's what it tells you it is. I've used both, and I noticed that the grain bed itself can stay the temperature, but the bottom of the grain bed, where the actual temperature probe is, does not stay the same temperature as the middle of the grain bed. So I always try to account for that. This in particular will lose a little bit, and I can't just turn it on like I can the electric one. It'll turn on when it gets about 6 degrees below the target. So it will hit there and just stay warm, and if it falls like 4 to 6 degrees below, it will kick the heater back on, get it back to temp, and then it will turn off, and that's kind of a cycle. That's just how it stays that temp. I'm excited because I haven't done this in a long time, but the last time I used this, I got a stuck sparge and completely shot my Brewday, as well as both final products for the beer, because that was the Russian Imperial Stout that I was doing as a party guile beer, which means using the grain bed essentially twice. I technically could do that here. Surprise party guile beer. I could try it. My fiance loves Belgian beer, so I could go for like a Belgian double, a Belgian dark double, a dark Belgian double. They're generally a little bit lighter, brighter. They're still kind of strong, and they have some sort of flavor, generally like a citrus. In this case, this one's going to be a dark cherry, so I could do like a stronger. Oh snap! Wow, these gears are churning. I think I might do it, because why not? It's not going to cost me any more. I've already got plenty of water, too much water, I would say. I may not even use all of it. If I do that, I may. Stay tuned. If you're watching, if there is anyone watching right now, if you don't stick around, come back to this video, because I'm probably gonna do it. And you can see how at least the brewing side of that goes. That's really gonna push my Brewday back though, and I have plans later tonight, virtual D&D. So we'll see. If I had started this much sooner, I probably could have done it. I would need to get my my sparge water. I would need to get that hot, probably in like 20-30 minutes. Once that's sparging, I can probably start heating up some water in my electric element. I can probably start heating that up to what would be another 154. Just pour it in, stir it up. 160. Pour it in, stir it up. It should fall to like 154. It might not fall very much, but it should fall. Stay tuned. I may do it, because why not, right? Why not? It's not going to cost me. I have the buckets for it. I don't have the yeast for it, though. Dang. Speaking of which, I should get that out the fridge. Yeah, if I had the yeast for it, I could save some. Instead of doing, I've got 2 packets of Y yeast 3787 high gravity Trappist ale yeast. So perfect for what I'm doing. But that's a bit much for a smaller side beer. Oh, dude, I've got I've got some US 05, which is like some of the most basic dry yeast. It works great. Basic is not a bad word in this case. Basic does not mean that it's like simple and bad. It just means that it's straightforward and very flexible, very, very, very versatile yeast. It can be used with pretty much anything. Wow. I could do it just because I have it. You probably wouldn't get very much yeast esters out of it, especially at the temperatures that I'm fermenting at. But I do have yeast. Wow, I really want to try it. I want to try it. I'm gonna do it. Stick around. Stay tuned. It's gonna happen. So I'm working with 17 pounds. Oh man, I should probably double check. Two pounds of Munich. Oh boy, I really hope I wrote this out right. That was the problem I had the first time. I wrote out my recipe, but didn't account for it being a 6-gallon batch. So I had to buff it up just a little bit after the fact. So I had to go to a different homebrew store, buy all the stuff. Hopefully it still works out just fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so the recipe that I'm following is from Soko Homebrew. It's their dark cherry quad, but I am tweaking it a little bit with by making it a 6-gallon batch, and with the cherries and the bourbon and the oak cubes. All that's my idea. They just provided me the grains essentially. I don't store grains at home, mostly because I don't have the space for it. I probably could find the space or make the space, but I am not. So. Special B, chocolate malt, and 1 pound of Belgian candy syrup. Okay, so it's 17 pounds of pale ale malt, 2 pounds of Munich malt, 0.75 pounds of Special B, so that's about 12 ounces. About 12 ounces of chocolate malt, and 1 pound of Belgian candy syrup D45. Right there. That in particular is a, let me refresh that, and that. The candy syrup in particular really is just to add a little bit more sugar with just a little bit more sugar. By itself, it's going to leave some unfermentable sugar, so I'm kind of glad that I stuck with the slightly lower mash temp, because that is by itself is going to leave a bit. Now at a pound, it's probably not going to be a super huge difference, probably 0.02 points on a gravity scale, 0.04 points or so, maybe more, I don't know, but let's see, does it say? I mean, it gives you a gravity, but I don't really know how accurate that is. I mean, but I'm hoping that this is gonna. So it says it should equate for about 2%. It'll probably equate for about 1%, maybe 1%. This 1 pound. As far as the unfermentable sugar, I don't know, but it should probably equate for about 1% of my ABV here. At least that's what Brugger says. The software I'm using to help put it all together. Speaking of which, let me start my session on that so that I can know about what my let me make sure that's right. So it was 16.5, 2.5, and the rest is right. So 16.5, 2.5, that's right. Okay, that's fine. It's not a huge difference. Let me hit save, and let me write that out. I do have a software and essentially a hardware version of this where it's like I'm writing it out. Writing it out for when I don't want to grab my phone and look it all up, because I usually try to keep everything written out. Let's see, what are my hops here? I think it's an ounce and a half, 2 ounces. Oh yeah, an ounce and a half of Challenger and an ounce and a half of Sovereign. And I think they're both at boil. Oh, one's at boil. At 60 minutes, 1.5 ounces of Sovereign. I'm really glad I ended up going to the other homebrew store. I usually buy my grains from Soko Homebrew, but the Northern Austin homebrew store had had a crazy deal where you spend $100, you get a $20 gift card. And again, I'm brewing beers for my wedding, and that's going to be hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of beer. Even still, brewing it myself with my time, my equipment, my water, and buying the recipe and brewing it myself, it's still going to be probably a nice fraction of the cost of actually buying what would be 2 to 3 2 to 3 kegs of beer, especially at like 5 gallons, 10 gallons. A 5 gallon keg, an 8 gallon keg of Shiner is going to run you $150, probably. That's assuming you get your you do your there's a return on it, essentially, where you would a deposit. That's the word I'm looking for. But if you get your deposit back, it may come out to like $80. But I would be buying what could be 3 to 4 kegs at $100-something bucks each, and that's just not happening. A recipe, it costs me $30, $40. This recipe in particular costs a little bit more just because it's a 20-pound grain bill, and it's 10.5%. I don't brew those very often. In fact, I've tried brewing one, but it hasn't actually worked. I have yet to brew a stronger than like 7-8% beer. But it's the first time for everything. I'm hoping that this is going to go well. I don't see why it wouldn't. But then again, I say that, and then something's going to go all weird. Wouldn't have brought it up. Yeah, I was trying to use my suction cup mount for the action cam that you saw earlier. Just it's nothing crazy, the action cam, but it's boo 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 doo boo. I've been live for 44 minutes. That's wild. My action cam, it's nothing crazy, but it's just the GoPro that you could see earlier. With this open, it's definitely an action cam. You can exactly see what's going on. But currently, I was trying to use my suction cup mount because it would look so cool. It would look so cool if I could get that. It would have filled up the space that I had. I need to create frames and stuff, and that's not something I'm terribly good at, so I may look to some help for that. But I was trying to work on that, but I ended up having to just do the tripod here. Yeah, I just had to use the tripod. I was trying to use it on the wall, and it wasn't working. I didn't have time to put something behind the wall, behind the suction cup. And I tried to use the kettle itself, and it works for like 2 minutes, and then we'll just fall off. So I don't know how but it would just fall off. I tried pulling it off and shaking it off, but it wouldn't work. But it wouldn't. And then you just let it sit there, and it will fall off. Like, I don't get it. Yeah, I'm not even gonna pretend like to understand it, but whatever. So with the recipe out of the way, our hops. Let me grab my other packet here. That's right. So since I have, I've got 4 ounces of hops here. I'll only be using 3 in each, so I should, in theory, have a ½ ounce left over from each one, which is great because these are not the same Challenger hops. That's not a huge deal, but if I do end up doing the Party Guile, the second beer from it, I could use the rest of those hops, the ½ ounce and the ½ ounce. I mean, that in theory would work. I could still get some cherries and do. No, I don't have the. Well, the thought that I just had was the Party Guile beer could be the essentially everyday drinking, anyone can have it. And then this one could be, for lack of a better term, the enthusiasts, the craft beer drinkers that I have around me. I feel like not everyone would enjoy a 10.5% bourbon barrel aged dark cherry Belgian quad. Not everyone's gonna like something like that, but if it's something like it's still a dark Belgian beer, I could still do the cherries. I could still do the same thing. It just wouldn't have the Trappist yeast, nor would it have the bourbon in it. But it would work. I have the equipment. I don't see why I couldn't do it. I'm gonna definitely try. I'm definitely gonna try to do it. We'll see. I mean, all I have to do is, here in a bit, I'm gonna have to start getting my strike water ready. Usually that's just me heating up some water in my kettle, dumping that into a bucket, dumping the bucket into that. I could just take that down. No, I should probably leave it up there for the action cam. I could definitely just leave it up there and take the lid off. We'll see. Okay. So 154 for 1 hour. I would have gone, so I'm doing 2 packages of yeast. I could either do put in just like 2/3 of it, and then dump the other third into the smaller fermenter. We'll see. If I can't, then I'll just use the US-05. But if I can, I'll just use the high gravity yeast. Because essentially, at that point, would be very close to the same beer. They're going to ferment at the same temperature, with the same grain bill, with the same with the same hops and everything. So they'll essentially be identical, with the exception of the strength of it, and of course the boldness. It's going to be less flavorful, but I don't need it to be crazy strong. This one in particular doesn't need to be crazy strong. The first one for sure. We'll see. We'll definitely see. I'm going to attempt it. So, let's see. It was about 7 gallons. So we are about 30 minutes in to the mash. Now would not be a bad time for a gravity reading. So let me try that out real quick. I don't have an easy way to do this currently. We've got this nice little jar that we picked up from the dollar store recently, and this has become my gravity reading jar. Actually, I think I'm going to use this so that I can just pour it right back on top and not have to worry about opening the lid. Okay, so let me send back the first runnings. Hopefully this works. Okay. Probably should have rinsed that out first, but whatever. Let me do this. Let me pour that real quick. And I missed. But hey, it happens sometimes. That's not going to work. So I'm just going to go for it here. Oh, that smells so good. That smells super good. For one, yeah, that smells amazing. I can see that the grain bag helped a bit, probably not all that much, so I may need to look to filter again as we get to the kettle, which is not a huge deal. I may put a grain bag inside the kettle and then lift it out, or I may put a strainer on top of the kettle. We'll see. I'll figure it out. I've got quite a bit of what's the word I'm looking for? Filtration equipment, be that just grain bags or colanders or something. But I've got a few things. I really want to clean this out first because this does not look all that clean. I mean, I just cleaned it by the end of last brew day, but that doesn't mean much apparently. Okay, so I'm just gonna dump this one more time. So I'm gonna get another sample here. I'm gonna get a sample. Hopefully it will. Well, of course, the first few pulls from the spigot are gonna be a bit foggy, just because at the bottom of the grain bed, that's just essentially the result of that. So it's not a huge deal. I'm just going to turn my water hose on for a second. Okay, so I've got that cleaned out. I am going to get another sample. Definitely more trustworthy now that it's clean. It kind of smells like bread, which is a little weird. What's really nice about my refractometer is I don't have to worry about, when I'm doing my gravity readings, I don't have to worry too much about temperature. Generally with like a hydrometer, the temperature can or change the gravity just a little bit, not by a huge amount, but what could be a few points. And I don't have too much to worry about with that because the refractometer uses light, not gravity, not buoyancy. So this is a pretty high, granted, all things considered, I mean, you would expect it, but this is 1053. 1053 as a halfway through gravity, which is a little wild. I guess I haven't seen that before. Hopefully it stays that way. Just clean my refractometer off for the next sample. I am going to try it. I do like to try the wort. I mean, it's going to be a little hot, but that's not a huge deal. I do like to try the wort though, so I'm going to give that a shot. I'm going to put a rag in there. Let's see what it tastes like. It's probably just going to be syrupy and sugary. Yep, just like molasses. So this hole on the top is for my sparge arm. The person that I bought this off of did a DIY conversion to it and made it a mash tun and replaced the spigot on the front, what really was just a hole with a cap on it, with a ball valve spigot, I think is what it's called. um, and drilled a hole in the top for a sparge arm, which is right here. So there's the hole on the top here that you're seeing, and it's got a connection on a hose that I've got somewhere in this bucket here. But on the other side is a receiver essentially with some plumber's tape. But you push in this case and to flip this part around. I just cleaned it out and took it apart and stuff, so that was why it was backwards. But it sits with these holes here. Water would drip down, but this sits in the roof essentially, and will let water trickle out of it as I trickle some out of the spigot. So it's essentially, the idea is to try to keep the grain bed, the water just above the grain bed, but slowly get beer wort out of the mash tun, out of the hot liquor tank into the mash tun, and then wort out of the mash tun. So I'm gonna set that back. I'm probably not gonna use my hop spider. Lately I've been using grain bags for my hops just because it's easier to clean. Sorry, I don't like when my computer makes sounds that I didn't ask for. But the hop spider is a little hard to clean. It's not crazy hard to clean, but it's not as easy as just emptying the hops out of a grain bag. Spraying the grain bag down a bit and then throwing it in the washing machine. I mean, it's super easy to do, and I rather enjoy it that way. It saves me a little time. And it takes me quite a while, especially when I start as late as I did. I try to at least get the water started by 10 a.m. or so. That did not happen. I didn't have water in a kettle until probably like 11. And the rest of it was cleaning things and heating it up, setting up the stream. A lot of that stuff I should have done last night. But that did not happen last night. It didn't happen until noon today, 11 a.m. this morning. But about 7.1 gallons at 154. I've got my hop schedule written out. I'm probably gonna need help with some of it, just so I may need to set a timer or two, especially if I'm doing two. It'll be fun. I'm gonna try it. I'm definitely gonna try to brew two. I can leave it on the counter right behind me. I'm not gonna be doing anything with it except throwing some hops in, so I need to pull it forward. I can move this once the mash is done. I'll move this out of the way. Bring my kettle over a little closer, not too close, but just close enough, so that my action cam can get to it, I guess. My action cam can see it. But I'm definitely gonna try to do the party gallon just because I have this stuff. Otherwise, my hops are just gonna sit. I have been vacuum sealing them and keeping them in my keezer, just to kind of ensure that they stay fresh. But if I can use the hops, I will. So I'm probably just gonna use these. Hopefully I can. Hopefully it works out. It all depends on how the sparge goes, because if the sparge does not go well, then I'm not going to waste my time. I probably should have done that last time. Whatever. I don't know. I don't care. Cool, so I've got that written out. I should probably get my yeast out of the fridge. I'm going to do that real quick. I'm going to put up my BRB. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab my yeast out of the fridge. I realized I was still muted when I said this, but really I'm just going to try to, I'm getting my yeast out now. I'm probably going to try to figure out how I'm going to get an even amount into the smaller fermenter, or into the second fermenter, if I can. If I can do it, I will. Otherwise, I'm just probably going to pour half the packet into the other one. This yeast should take care of about a 10% beer at 5 gallons. I'm afraid that it might not do 6 gallons or 6.5 if I end up putting more into the fermenter. I usually try to put more in the fermenter because that is distracting. Because at the end of it, as the yeast and stuff settles, I am going to lose probably a half gallon, a quarter gallon of work. So I want to preemptively have enough so I can actually bottle or package 6 gallons. Sorry, I should have muted. Wow, there's sirens, there's drills of sorts. I'm gonna mute this real quick. So I picked up one packet of the yeast from Austin Homebrew, which is up north, and then a second from SoCo Homebrew, which is down south in my area. We ran some errands while it was in the car, so the nutrient packet was a little bloated, which is what happens when it comes up to room temp or so. So it's a little. I won't say chunky, but I did have to kind of slap it a few times to make sure that the bag properly popped. Tucker is in here now. Out here? In the garage? Out of the house? I don't really know. We'll see what I end up doing. I may pour it into a sanitized jar, where I'll leave it, and then just ensure that I put enough into the other fermenter. It shouldn't take too long. I would expect that to be 5-6%, especially if the first one's going to be 10.5, hopefully. I really hope. Well, I would want it to get around 9. 9.5, 9.2, I think is what my expected is right now, but we'll see. We are about 50 minutes in. Now would not be a bad time for another gravity reading. So I'm just going to go for it here. Actually, let me dry that up. Let me find another rag. Do I have one? Yes. Clean that up real quick. So far, in almost the 1 hour, we've only lost 1 degree, which usually I lose more, so I'm ecstatic that I haven't. It's just a touch darker this time around, barely any, but I think it seemed as though it was darker. It probably could have not been, but on my first impression, it looked like it was. Let me confirm and see, because I may let this sit for longer than the 1 hour, just because I want to get as much sugar out of it as possible. I want to get as much sugar out of it as possible, so I may do a slightly longer than 1 hour mash. I did that on my hazelnut porter that's fermenting right now. Just because I wanted to get a little bit more out of it. My gravity didn't stop for about 80 minutes, so whoa. So it's barely creeping up. It's 10:55 now. Let me check what my original gravity should have been, because that is awful low for 50 minutes in. Brew session. $1070 is the expected, 1074 is the estimated pre-boil gravity. We are 20 points away from that, so I'm probably just going to let it sit. I may stir it up a little bit. That would drop temp, and I don't know if I want to do that now that I think about it. I don't want to lose too much temp, and I'm not going to heat up you know, half a gallon of water. I'm not going to boil half a gallon of water so I can add, you know, 5 degrees to this. That's just not going to happen. So I'm just going to hope. Instead, I'm just going to hope. I can pour this back now. Cool. I'm just going to set that back on top there. Okay, so, well, the pre-boil gravity, it's going to be a little low. Lay down. Come lay down. Lay down. Okay, then you're going inside. You're not going to be out here. You're not going to listen. A dog walked past, and Tucker is prone to run at dogs across the street. Emphasis on across the street. Ask me how I know. The pre-boil gravity is gonna be a little rigged right now, just because I'm not adding the sugar. This 1 pound of candy syrup, I probably should have gotten 2 now that I think about it. But the 1 pound of candy syrup is going in during the boil, so that's gonna raise the boil gravity quite a bit, maybe 20 points. Hopefully 20, 30. Maybe, we'll see. I don't know. But I can, I'll do a gravity reading before the boil, of course, and then I'll do a gravity reading before the boil, and I'll do one, of course, before I pitch the yeast. So hopefully before it gets to before the yeast gets in, it's like 10, 11, like 11, 15. Why does it say 8% now? What just happened? Oh, because that's shooting for 65% efficiency though, so I should get higher than 65% efficiency. But my original gravity, I'm hoping to be close to the 1090s, if not above that. We'll see. I'm just gonna let it ride. I mean, it did the gravity did go up just a little bit, and I'm getting it from the bottom where not the grains are, especially with the grain bag and the false bottom kind of getting in my way right now. I may do one from the top. We'll see. I probably should. I should do one from the top. Because of course there's going to be more sugar up there than there is down here. So let me do one. I shouldn't lose much of a temperature difference just opening it, but we'll see. I'm going to swap to my action cam so that we can get a good look there. So here we are, opening. Sheesh. That looks amazing. I'm going to give it a little stir. I don't want to stir it too much as to agitate the grain bed, especially since I'm going to be starting to sparge soon. But it's a little rough to get one from up here because of all the grains. I really need to move quick. I don't want to lose too much temperature. Where's my... I'm just using a colander there to push the grains out of the way so that I can get like as few particulates as possible. I still got quite a bit, but hopefully that doesn't throw off the gravity reading too much. So at 1054, that's what we were working with earlier. Let's see where we are now. 1055, I think is what it was, and it's lower. Okay. I'm just gonna let it sit. I'm gonna stop messing with it. I was not expecting a 1022 from the top. But whatever, right? Alright, make sure this is nice and clean for my next sample. Okay. So I'm gonna let it keep going. We're about 4 minutes away from the hour. But I am not at all satisfied with that those gravity readings, so I'm just gonna let it keep going. I'm trying to figure out what could have caused that. Why it would be so low. I mean, this is 20 pounds of grain. I know this is going to buff it up for sure. This is for sure going to buff it up. I just don't know how much. I don't have much that I can do about it, so I'm probably not going to worry. If anything, I should probably go ahead and get my sparge water ready, and then once the sparge water is up to temp, I can do another one. Worst case, I'll let it sit a little bit longer, but let's go ahead and get my sparge water ready. I'm going to be doing off camera, so I guess I should probably put up a screen for that. Or I can just lift my action cam and show that. Make sure that looks good. Transition. Action cam. Down. Alright, that works. I'm cool with that. I'm gonna go ahead and transition. How much sparge water do I need? Let me check how much sparge water I need real quick. I'm just gonna get like 4 or 5 gallons ready. Yeah, I'm just gonna get like 4 or 5 gallons ready. I mean, I don't really know what I can do about it. Sorry about all the noise. Didn't think about that. So that's what, 3 gallons? 2? Just over 3. I can go ahead and get the water, the heat going. Like 170 or so. I'm gonna do 5 gallons. Yeah, I'll only do 5. Actually, I'll do more just because if I do end up doing the party gal, I'm gonna need more. I'm probably gonna need to put 3 gallons of water in the mash tun after it empties. 7. I mean, whatever, I guess. I don't have much of a choice here. So I apologize for the noise. listed as well. Still, so that's awesome. I wonder why I didn't see Logan's chat earlier. I don't know. Yeah, once that gets to temp, I'll just put it into a bucket, or at least half of it into a bucket, because that's going to be really heavy to lift well above my head to try to put into that. So I'm probably just going to put it into a bucket first, and then into that. We'll see. Temp is still showing 153. Usually I lose quite a bit of temperature, and I'm very glad I haven't. But usually I kind of do. I'm very thankful that I haven't yet, though. The wind is blowing. The propane's a burning. It's a brew day. I guess now that I think about it, 1050 is probably about right, especially as a pre-boil. I would love like a 1060, or even like anything above that, like a 1062, 1065 would be a really good pre-boil gravity. The boil is going to help kind of break up some of the sugar, kind of make it a little bit more thin, less thick. It will add just a few points to the gravity generally. I don't know about how much it will, but it should add quite a bit. 10 points maybe, between 5 to 10 points depending on the beer. Yeah, I would love like a 1050, 1090 original gravity. I didn't even get a pre-boil for that one. 1074 to... Oh, that's right. That was way too high, so I added some water. Wow, I guess I don't have very much data out there on the on that part as far as the boil gravity versus the original gravity versus the pre-boil gravity. The pre-boil gravity really is just a rating at which a brewer can use to get alcohol by volume. You would take testing the gravity really just tests the amount of dissolved solids in the liquid. In this case, we're working with sugar. So the amount of dissolved sugar before, in this case, before the boil, pre-boil gravity, versus the original gravity, which is the gravity rating before you add your yeast. So really what you want to focus on is the original gravity, so the amount before you add your yeast, and the final gravity when it's done fermenting. So usually about 2 to 3 weeks after brew day is about how long it can take. Sometimes longer, sometimes less. It all depends on the strains of yeast that you're using and the environment, and of course the wort you're giving it. But all of that being said, this I would like to be about 9%. So I would hope for a gravity of about 1080 or 1090. 1090 would be preferred. I say that because that's going to get closer to the 9%, if not above it, depending on how much sugar is left unfermented, which is there always is. That's kind of the point. But we'll see. It's just a matter of testing it, and we'll see how it goes. Let's see. My book is upside down. That makes sense as to why I couldn't find my page. But I mean, I would need to write out the steps on the party guile too if I decide to do it, but I can't really do that until I sparge, so we'll see. Especially if the gravity is like 1040. Do I have... Yeah, so since the second one won't have any sugar to add, I could just add some table sugar. I've got corn sugar. I could just add right to the boil. It would give me some fermentable sugar. It would dry out the beer, which is not a bad idea at all. I could do a gravity reading before the boil, add the sugar in, stir it up, and add enough to where it gets to the preferred gravity that I'd like. If I should have some. I mean, I used to get it quite a bit. But I throw it in certain batches to dry it out just a little bit. The last Belgian beer that I did, the stout that I did, just to add a little bit of ABV as well as dry it out a little. Maybe that's why the Belgian beer is like that, because I added so much. Maybe it's too dry and bitter. Speaking of which, maybe I should grab a little drinky drink here. But that looks good. I'll need to figure out a name for the bourbon barrel aged dark cherry Belgian quad. Dark Belgian cherry quad. Dark cherry quad with Belgian dark quad with cherries and bourbon. Bourbon barrel aged dark quad with cherry. Yep, that's it. That's the name. The BBADBQWC. Actually, I'm just going to leave that there. So now we're at almost essentially 70 minutes on the mash. I can do another one if the gravity has gone up. I might just let it sit a little bit longer. If it hasn't, I should probably just... Actually, I'm just going to wait because I can't do anything until it gets the sparge water gets the temp. And right now it's just at 100, so I'm just trying to heat up just a little bit more. Hopefully that noise isn't too unbearable. If it is, let me know. Cool. Alrighty. So the mash is almost done. I'm just going to let it continue going until the water's up to temp. We've got about 70 degrees on that. I've got my yeast out. I should go ahead and measure out my hops. Now would not be a bad time. I could just do a half packet. I'm just going to do a half packet. No need to really measure it out there. I'm doing 1.5 ounces of the Challenger as my bittering hop, so at 60 minutes. And then 1 ounce of Sovereign hop, 1.5 ounces of Sovereign hops at 15 minutes. If I end up doing the Party Gal beer, I'm just going to use the other 1/2 ounce from each packet as my bittering and flavoring hop respectively. Alrighty. These are going kind of smooth. It's a little later than I would like. It's 1:30 Central. I usually try to get going at about 10 a.m. I didn't start until noon. Really, I didn't start until like 11 or so, but it still takes a while for my water to get to temp. So I'm a little cautious there. I do a little bit of pre-cleaning. Even though I did post-cleaning at the end of my last brew day, I try to make sure things are as clean as possible. So we'll see. This is looking good, man. I'm really surprised. Usually I see quite a bit of a difference in the mash temp, but for now this is looking good. If I were doing my all-in-one, things would look probably pretty similar. I don't usually sparge when I'm doing my using my all-in-one, and I usually don't do 5-gallon batches. I use a 5-gallon recipe for a 4-gallon batch to make up for not sparging. But with the 3-vessel system, I do sparge. At least I try to. I probably technically could have done an all grain. No, because that still would have been 7 gallons of water, but that would not have, it wouldn't sit in one kettle. I could do it in the big kettle. I could have done a brew in a bag, no sparge in the big kettle, but the grain bag would have been 50 pounds, and there's no way I'm lifting that on my own. I mean, I could probably lift it, but there's no way I could hold it over the kettle for however long. even getting it like into a bucket to drain it would be impossible. It's going to be really hard to clean it the way it is now. But we'll see. I mean, I make do. So yeah, there's not much to do right now. I wish there was something that I could do or show, but I think I may yeah, there's really not much I can do right now. I could, if I do end up doing the Party Gal beer, I may need to move the stream. No. I shouldn't have to. I'll make it work, I'm sure. I can probably make it work. I won't need a pump or anything, so I should be good with just the one outlet. The concern I had was I've got one outlet behind where the, on the other side of this wall over here, where I would need to plug the kettle in. Yeah, I would need to plug the kettle in. I was concerned a little bit about a pump if I would need multiple ports, but I shouldn't need multiple ports. I'll just need to take the mash tun off of the shelf that it's on right now and put the kettle there, because that's usually where it is. Yeah. But we'll see. I'll figure it out. I always do. If anything, I'll just take it down. I mean, the only real concern I have is chilling it, and that's either going to require me moving to the door. I could carry it over. That wouldn't be a huge deal. Carrying it over to the garage door. Just because I don't want water draining from the front of my garage to the back, because I have surge protectors and electronics on the floor. Wow, I should just have a brew house. I should just buy a house with a big old massive like 4-car garage, like 8-car garage, and then half of it could be the brew side and the stream side. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just get like an 8-car garage house. In a super quiet neighborhood where people on motorcycles are free to do what they want, but the noise doesn't get to me, or people can fix up their cars and put on tow hitches next door if they want, but the noise doesn't get to me. Yeah, I need an indoor, I can't do propane in the basement. I could get like a basement of sorts, and that could be the brewery. If I'm doing the typical electric one, that would work fine. And then if I'm doing something like a big beer, I can move into the garage. I'll get a rolling stainless steel table, so I can move it from place to place, and that would be what I brew on, or at least I use. I would love one here, but I don't have the space. I would need to replace the table behind me, which is possible, but it would require time and money and putting it together and all this other stuff I don't want to do. Let me check the temp on my sparge water. We're probably at 120 or so, I think it looks like. Okay, we're almost at 140. Once it gets to like 160, I'm probably gonna put it up there, 170 probably, just to make room. I'm gonna try the Party Gal beer. Maybe I shouldn't, because if my gravity is only 1060, I mean, the best I could get out of it again would probably be like a 1030 or 1040 beer. Generally, that's not necessarily bad, but that's gonna be a super light. We'll see. I'll try it, right? Worst case, I just pour it out. I'll try it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, I know it doesn't. I know a beer at 1050 isn't going to be enough. But I would just expect 20 pounds of grains to give you more than 1050 as a gravity reading. I would just expect more. Maybe I'm just not getting enough volume. I don't know. I should try to do another one real quick. Anyway. Yeah, maybe I need to do more volume. That's probably not how it works, but I don't know. Let's see what we're working with here. Okay, alrighty. That's at 1068. And that is getting much closer to where I want it to be. I'm probably still gonna let it ride until, there's nothing I can do until the sparger's ready. I could start to drain it, which probably wouldn't be a bad idea because it's gonna take some time, even after draining it, to get it to be able to start sparging on top of it. No, that's not necessarily true. We'll see. You'll see, because I don't know what I'm gonna do yet, but once I know, you'll know. I'm just cleaning off my refractometer right here. I really need to pump out a grain to glass video. I haven't done that in a minute. And those are some of my favorite things to do. Lately I've just been testing my brews, so like these are the stuff I've been doing is mostly for my wedding, preparing the beer for that. Yeah, prepping my beer for the wedding, just testing it to make sure it's going to work, to see if I do need to tweak anything. I'm already starting to know what I need to tweak, so that's good. For instance, the yeast on, let me write that one out too. The yeast that I'm using for my sour right now is a Philly yeast, which lowers the pH and sours the beer as it ferments. I've read, and even from what I'm seeing with having used it, it's not a bad yeast. It takes a little bit. I can't really see very much action, and I don't know if that's because it drops the pH first and then ferments, or if I didn't give it good enough beer or work. I don't know. But I haven't seen not one bubble out of the airlock. That doesn't mean that it's not fermenting. I've had that happen before and it fermented fine. But I don't know what's going on. I tried moving it a little bit. I don't want to splash it around, but I did move it to see if there was any yeast cake on the side, krausen on the side of the bucket. None yet. I haven't opened it. Yet, and I probably should today, because today makes about 9 days since the Brewday. And it should be about more than halfway done, in theory. I can give it a taste. I can give it a test as well, to see what the gravity looks like and to see what it tastes like. So we'll see. So that was about, so an hour was 22, so about 80 minutes in. Wow, an 80-minute, I'm probably going to be doing a 90-minute mash. 80 min at 1068. Which is super good, super good. That's way closer. I was getting a little concerned there that the 1055 wasn't quite high enough to get me 10% out of this. But things are looking good so far. It's not stuck yet. I haven't started sparging yet, and that's going to be a whole monster in and of itself. I'm going to clean out another bucket here, because I am going to need another bucket. Actually, I've got a spare bucket here. Nice and clean from the last brew day. So this is going to be the bucket I'm going to use to transfer some of the water, just because these buckets are fine for temperatures like that. I mean, it's not going to be boiling, it's not going to be 300 degrees. It'll be 170, but We're at 160 right now, so yeah, it looks like it's going to be a 90-minute mash. Mash temp at 152, so it's only lost 2 degrees over 80 minutes, which is fucking solid. That is awesome. You don't see that very often. I don't get to. I haven't used this in a minute, so it's been a while, and the last time I've used it, it did not go all that well. I mean, I got a good beer out of it, a decent beer out of it, but it could have gone better, and that's what I'm going to hope for this time around. I can put this back here. Once it gets to temp, I'm gonna run inside and grab a beer, a nice homebrew. This is the hard part of Brewday is over. I can be a little bit more loose now. Unbuckle the belt, untie the knot, or unknot the tie or whatever, loosen the tie. I can relax just a little bit now that we're done with the important part. The mash is arguably the most important part. The boil, of course, is important too, but you just let it go. The biggest part of importance here is having propane going off in my garage. So once it's done and I can turn it off, I'm gonna run inside. I don't want propane just going. Wow, neighbors are walking. They've got like a baby and a baby Bjorn. I can't wait to have one of those. Anyone close to me knows I very much want a baby Bjorn. So much so, I was very close to getting one for our small dog, but settled for a side bag instead, where he sits in the side like it's a satchel. He loves it, but I was very close to getting a Bjorn so he could sit in front of me. Mostly because it's easier. I don't have to worry about like walking. I can just walk and not have to twist or anything when I'm carrying my dog. I very much enjoy taking Ravioli places. Tucker, I like taking him too. He's just less friendly. He's not mean by any means. He's not aggressive, but he doesn't like when dogs do certain things, and he's not afraid to speak up about it. I guess he gets that from me. But yeah, if there's a dog messing with his toy or messing with his water or his food, he's gonna growl. He may run at them. He's not gonna bite them or do anything, but it will look like he will, and that's the part I don't like. So we're about 5 minutes away from our 90-minute mash. This is gonna be up to temp here soon, so I'm gonna go ahead and get that prepped. I just need to move the action cam. Make sure the bucket or the kettle's still clean. It just smells like the recipe. I had the recipe in a bag, in 2 bags, sitting inside the bucket here, and it just smells like the beer. It smells like the grains. Good. Let me make sure I have actually I do have hot bags for that. So at 1070, I do feel better about doing the party guile. I can probably get another test out of it when it's in the kettle. We're actually past 10 now, so that's not bad. Close. So I'm gonna let that sit for a little bit, just try to fall back down. I don't want 180-degree water to kill the enzymes in my grains, especially if I'm going to try to do a party guile here. So I'm going to let it relax for a little bit. I'm going to take the lid off. Okay. I'm going to run inside and grab a beer. Let me put up my BRB, and I will BRB. Okay. So I actually just kicked my last keg, which is generally good. I am trying to clear my taps so I can get my wedding beer, my wedding lineup ready. I want to have all four on tap all at once to see what people gravitate to. I try to have friends or family over from time to time, so we're gonna see what people like to pick up, especially with all four options in front of them, so that I can know how much to brew and buy or how much to prep for the actual wedding. I expect my Miller Lite, my Bud Light clone. I'm not gonna call it a clone, but like my version of that. My Pilsner, I'm gonna hope that's gonna probably go first, just because most people drink Bud Light, Coors Light, Miller Lite, and I bet that if I put light in it, people are gonna like it, or at least they'll gravitate towards it. So that's the plan. So I'm probably gonna do 2 gallons of that, but I want to see what it looks like with the porter, with the sour, with the IPA, right? The Smash IPA I have. I'm probably gonna be going in on that one. But since bottles, I don't think autofocus is on, so you probably can't see that very well. Let me just turn it on real quick. I got a little time. Yeah, it's still falling. So, let's do autofocus. Boom. I can probably take the viewfinder and one of those. Focus. Yeah, Brown Bessie. So this is the CO2 version of the nitro stout. The milk stout that I made. Waiting for it to autofocus again. This is why you don't autofocus, people. I'm just going to do my pour up close then. Yeah, the CO2 version of my milk stout, as you can tell, it's a little thick and creamy, which is the point. I probably could have poured it better, but hey. But again, I've gotten into my bottles lately, into labels, so that's cool. I guess I just need to do one of those again. Whoa, I was not expecting it to do that, but it's cool that I know it does. Exit. Cool, that worked, kind of. It didn't not work. Cheers. Here's to eating good and drinking good. That is not mine. That is from Homebrew for Life, the broadcast, if you happen to be watching. It's got a little bit of a bite to it now. I wonder what that is. What's really nice about the labels is it's just paper and some milk. The milk is the adhesive. The protein in the milk helps the paper stick to the glass, which is really cool. I did not know that. But it helps it stick to the glass and makes for an easy cleanup of this type of stuff. So that's cool. Now I'm going to go ahead and get my bucket ready so I can get ready to sparge. Sparging itself is going to take 30 minutes or so. Spigot, which is pretty common. I do clean it out, but it just was probably residual stuff in it. Whatever, I'm just gonna leave that. don't want this to mess anything up. Okay. That's an accident waiting to happen. Alright, cool. So that should work. So I'm going to put probably like 4 gallons of water into the bucket there, and then put it into the, here, let me go get my sparge arm on and all that nonsense. Oops, sorry about that. It does take a little bit of work or so to get it to flow properly, but what doesn't take a little bit of work. I do want to make sure that this stays on and all of that, so. Make sure all this is looking right. Sure, that should work. All right. So if you didn't see it, you may be able to see, you probably can't see, I can't really tell, but there's holes that are drilled in all the copper tubing here. Water is going to drip out and onto the grain bed. I don't want too much water, but I should be able to take advantage of that, of a trickle in hopes that I can get a solid sparge here. This is generally where my Brewday goes wrong, so I'm just going to hope it doesn't. Not sure what I did wrong or what got in there, but there's some stuff floating around. I don't have really the easiest way to prevent that from getting in, so I'm just going to have to deal with it. Once I boil, it's not going to get infected. I mean, I'm not worried about infection, really just the quality of beer. I want to limit as many variables as I can. So the chocolate milk stout, it's got, again, it's got a little bit of a bite to it now. I'm not sure where it's coming from, but it's got a little bit of a kick. It's not crazy strong. It's all of like 5%. 4.5, I think, is what it is. So it's not crazy strong. Yeah, it's not crazy strong, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. Okay, cool. So, sparge water ready. I just need to get it into the big kettle. And just to make it easier for me the next time around, I'm gonna move all this stuff out of my way. Now let's move it back when I need it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and dump my water in, make sure that's closed, that looks good. That looks good. Ow, that is hot water. Splashback is what got me. Gloves. So I'm going to take my kettle, do the same thing essentially, and just pour it in, put my lid back on, get my action cam ready. And there's not much I can do with it, but I may be able to open it and show you the, well no, because it's going to be, we'll see. We'll figure it out. Here we go. our sparge water in. I can put my kettle down here now. Ah, that's hot. I can put my kettle down here now so that I can get ready to sparge. Let me do a quick stream check. Looks good, looks good. Cool. All right, so I've got my my sparge water in. Let me do a quick temp check. This doesn't have a temperature dial on it or anything like that, a thermometer on it. 167, 168. Okay, 168, I'm cool with that. Alrighty. So now I am going to get ready to sparge. Let me make sure my strainer is clean. Okay, so I'm gonna need to move this, and I'll show once I get my action cam set back up, I will show you exactly what I'm doing. Just get the clip to clip the strainer. Now I need my hose again. Hooking it up. I'm trying to make it so that it doesn't splash or anything like that, so I may need to use two different clamps here. Luckily I've got like 6 now. I just want to make sure it doesn't splash. So it should be able to go through. I want it to go along the side of the kettle. If it splashes, it's going to create some bubbles and stuff, and that's just not going to be helpful. What can I do? What should I do here? What should I do here? So I think I'm going to start the sparge, I think I'm going to do one of these first. No. Yeah, I'm just going to go for it. I want to make sure it's clean and clear. So before I let any of it get into the kettle, I'm just going to let it strain into this pitcher I have, just to make sure that it's nice and clean. So it looks pretty clear, all things considered, so I'm going to close that back up. Sorry about the noise. Okay, so now I'm going to open it back up. Okay, so that's moving a little faster than I'd like, so I'm going to close it a bit. Yeah, I need to close that some more, because that's still going a little bit faster than I'd like. It should take like 30 minutes in and of itself, and it's doing way more. Okay, it looks to be pretty clear. I'm just gonna say it's okay. I'm just gonna say that it's clear enough and I don't need the strainer. I should probably watch all the noise, jeez. Okay, so I'm gonna try to make sure it goes along the, okay, I guess that's gonna have to work. So now it's a matter of finding the balance between the flow of the wort coming out and the flow of the sparge water going in. So once you've mastered that flow, that difference there, okay, need to be careful. Once you get that flow down, once you figure out the best way to do it, that's probably going to be like the one of the other things of dialing your system in is probably the hardest part of homebrewing, and making sure that it's okay. It's just gonna keep doing that. So I'm just gonna have to do it I just don't want it to make bubbles, and it's making bubbles right now. But it smells super good in here. So I'm gonna have to keep checking on it. That looks to be okay. I mean, I could probably just turn that off. I don't know. I'm working on a few things. So I've got 7 gallons of sparge water inside our hot liquor tank up here. I've got the spigot kind of open so that water trickles into the mash tun. And then as it trickles in, it goes down into my brew kettle. Yeah, I wish I could have force it not to make bubbles, because it's just bubbling, even on the way down. That's probably flowing out faster than it's flowing in. Maybe just barely. So I'm gonna open that up just a little bit more. This is gonna get to about 7 gallons is the plan. So 7, closer to the 8 side. I can't let it get too high because this is only an 8-gallon kettle. But I do want like a 7 into the boil. I do want like a 7-gallon boil. How about this? I should do. I'm gonna batch sparge, which is essentially, rather than doing a double trickle, is a trickle out, and then trickle some in and let it sit again. Stir it up, let it sit, and then do another sparge. I can probably do that because it would take me. I don't even know. We'll see. We'll see. But I can technically open this all the way. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So I've got it open all the way just for my sake. It's going to pull all the wort out of it. And then I'm going to use the sparge arm and the sparge water to trickle water back in. I'm going to stir it back up and then let it sit again. Kind of like I'm doing the Partagal, except I'm just going to be doing what would be a few gallons instead of, it would be another 3 or 4 gallons of water. Just enough to, re-soak the grain bed. Much fewer bubbles. I can get the action cam now and show. Transition. Action cam in hand. So essentially what's happening, let's do transition. Oh. And I'm gonna apologize if it's a bit shaky, but I have the wort coming in, going into our kettle here. Right now we're at about 3 gallons. Going up the hose here into our mash tun. You make sure all the water is trickled out. But in our mash tun, this is what we're looking like. Our sparge arm, that looks good. So all our wort's trickling out right now. I can probably go ahead and start trickling some in, just because this is only going to get to about 5 gallons, I imagine. Live stream transition. Cool. Just need to find a place to put that. Jeez. Okay. So yeah, we're at about 4 gallons now. So this is looking good. This is a bit darker than I would expect it to be. It's a little darker than I would expect it to be. That's not necessarily bad. I guess it'll look different in a glass, of course. I'm going to close that because I'm afraid that I may be pulling faster, much faster than it's coming in, because that's getting pretty clear. Yeah, I'm just going to drain it all the way and see what our volume looks like, and then go from there. Once we get to volume, I can do a gravity reading, and then we'll go from there. Once it gets to a boil, I'll add my sugar, my hops. Yeah, it should be fun. Let me pull up the recipe real quick just to make sure that I'm doing it right. New tab. So the water, luckily, is already still pretty kind of hot, which is good. It's going to be easier to make it boil. Since I'm using my propane, I can just turn the heat up more. I can't turn the heat up, so to speak, on my electric one. I can just turn it to full power. And that's about it. So we're getting low on the volume here. Once it's completely drained, I will stir it back up. But we're actually at about 5 minutes. Yeah, it was about 5.5 gallons, almost exactly what I had mentioned. Yeah, it's about right at 5 almost, 5.5. Yeah, it's like 5.5. So I'm gonna open this back up. I don't have a way to truly know 2 gallons or so here, so that's unfortunate, but I do want to get about 2 more gallons in. So I'm just gonna, we'll see. I'll stir it, I'll mix it up, we'll see. This should be fine. I guess now's not a bad time for a gravity reading. So 1064 is not a bad pre-boil, considering I've got about 20 points to add. So I'm cool with 1064. I would like it much higher. But then again, we're not even done sparging all the way yet, so who knows what it's actually going to come out to. So it's probably getting closer to a couple gallons of water in here, so I'm going to close it. Get my mash paddle. Okay, so I can see that the water is in there. I'm just gonna, okay, wow, this is dry. So I need way more water. Not as much water came in as I thought. It's fine. Alright, so let me double check on the recipe. So yeah, the candy before the hops. So I bring it to a boil, turn it off, add the sugar while it's stirring. If I could, I should probably set up a whirlpool using my other pump, which is, I think I can. That's something that I can do, I believe. I'll work on it. Man, there's flies in here now because all the sugar water. Okay, my spars aren't fell in, which isn't a huge deal, luckily, because I can just grab it. Glove. I had a feeling that it would fall in when I closed it like that. I closed it pretty hard there. So I'm gonna let a bit more water in. And I'll let it sit for a little bit. I'm afraid that if I do it too soon, I'm not going to be able to get as much sugar out of it. So I don't want to lower the gravity just to get my volume where I need it to be. So I'm not going to mess with it. If anything, I should probably, yeah, I bet I can go ahead and get the, because once it gets to a boil, I have to stir in the stuff, so I'll work on that. Take that off. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and get this on the burner. Okay, so that's probably okay for the water. So I'm going to leave that alone for now. I just need to let it sit. Lighter. So I'm going to go ahead and get my So right now it's at like 150 or so, the kettle. I'm gonna leave it alone. I mean, I've got my heat on now. I'm gonna leave it alone for a little bit just because I don't want to make it too high to where there's a boil over. But I do want it to take a little bit longer just because I'm not quite done sparging yet. So I'm just gonna let that sit for probably like another 30 minutes. Yeah, I'll probably just let it sit for like another 30. Yeah, I really wish I could have set up the suction cup, because that would have made it really nice to be able to see the hops and stuff, adding it in. But it doesn't look like I'm able to do that. We'll figure it out, right? I mean, we'll figure it out. Okay. So I'm probably not gonna. I mean, I should get a pre-boil gravity one more before it's too late. So let me do that real quick. And this is at like 1068, which is great. It's not quite the 1074 that I would want, but the gravity will go up quite a bit once I add the sugar in. So that's good. I'm not too worried about it, but 1068 works really well as a pre-boil gravity. Hopefully that's an accurate pre-boil gravity, all things considered, since I've got another few gallons of water sitting here, sitting in here. A pre-boil gravity of 1068, which is not bad. I mean, again, it's not the 1074, 1075 I would want, but it works. It works. Let's see, video capture. I'm gonna zoom in on myself just a bit. I'm sorry that I'm doing this live and like you're like watching it as it happens, but I feel there's a lot of dead space around me. I'm gonna try something different here. Hopefully it works live and I'm not messing things up here. Okay, so I jotted down my pre-boil gravity. I should probably turn the kettle to me so I can see it. Then I have to get up and be able to check the temperature on it. I'm just not gonna mess with it. But right now it's 160. As it gets higher and higher, it takes a little bit less time for it to continue creeping up, I've noticed. So hopefully this works out. I'm still kind of out of focus, I see. Yeah. It's really hard, considering I'm doing this on my own. And I don't have someone to like take a look at it as I'm doing stuff. So I'm trying to pick it up and fix it on the fly. It doesn't look bad by any means, but I was just trying to fix the focus. Hopefully I did that. Hopefully it looks a little better. Okay, so right now that's still going. I should have taken note of how long this has been in, but I didn't. How much I should have, yeah, I really should have. I wish there were volume markings inside the big kettle. I really do. I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit more water. I have no clue how much water I've put in so far. It would be very helpful for when I take the plunge into water chemistry, because water chemistry is a monster on its own. And you really need to know your volumes and stuff like that, especially if you're going to be adding salts. You would want to add brewing salts, water salts to your strike water as well as your sparge water. That way you guarantee a profile. Pretty much what that means is knowing how much water you have so that you can adjust it accordingly, because there's only so many ounces or grams of salts you can put in per, say, 5 gallons. It's very important to know. So I don't want to mess it up. Whew. Maybe I should shift the camera over a little bit so you can see everything that I'm doing here. Yeah, I should start it up again and then let it sit. Yeah, this mash consistency is much, much, much better. Now that I added a little bit more. Now I'll let it sit again for another 15 minutes before messing with it. Our other one, I still want to get about 2 gallons of wort. It's about 180 now. I still want to get about 2 gallons of wort, so let me get another bucket. Hopefully there's enough in there. I really just want to make sure I get the volume, because I do want, like I said, about 6.25, maybe 6.5 gallons in the fermenter, which means I really need a slow 7-gallon boil. I could look at 7.25 or so, but if there's any hot break or anything like that, it's really gonna raise the volume. And I've only got 8 gallons. I probably should have thought it through and swapped and put that kettle up there and used that kettle. But the downside to using that one is, as I just mentioned, there are no volume markings. So it makes it really hard to know how much is inside it. Yeah, it makes it very hard. So that's why I opted out of using it. I could have easily done that and had a 9-gallon boil, 8.5 gallon boil to guarantee 6, or like a 7.5 gallon boil to guarantee like a 6 gallon, 6.5 gallons in the fermenter. But hey, it is what it is, right? That's getting a bit closer. I'm gonna go ahead and start getting ready to sparge again, or at least a Vorlauf, which is just filtering it, straining it. Alrighty, just gonna dump the water that's in there. it. Okay, so maybe I can't do it that way. I need to constantly keep an eye on the kettle, because at 6 gallons or so, there is a risk of a boil over, especially with how fast the hot temperature is going. I'm hoping that once I get the 2 gallons in here, that's going to bring the temp down a little bit, so I have a little less to worry about. Hopefully this works out. Hopefully it works out in my favor, what I'm trying to do. I really don't want to mess this up like I did the other one, so I'm going to go to the kettle over here to make sure it's not going to... I'm going to mute up real quick. So I've got my 2 gallons of my other sparge, my second batch sparge. So I've got my 2 gallons there. I'm just going to add it to the kettle. It's getting a bit warm now. It's getting a bit hot. So I'm going to, that should take care of, that'll at least take care of my volume, and it should bring it back down a little bit, the temp back down, so there's a little less to worry about there. I'm going to grab a quick gravity sample just so that I can know about how much sugar is in this batch, because if there's still plenty, then I'll definitely do the party guile. If there's not, if it's like 10:30, I may not, just because it might not be worth it. Wow, it's 10:31. Crazy. I've already got the water in, so technically I could just do it, and if it doesn't work, I can just pour it somewhere down the drain, but let me get this back into the kettle first. This really smells good though. That's like 7 gallons there. I may save some of it and just pour it in after the volume boils down a little bit. We'll see, but let me see what this volume is looking like. And the sparge arm fell in, so that's cool. Glove. Maybe that's a sign not to mess with it. Actually, what I'll do is I'm just going to take the sparge arm out. Trying to get as much of the grains off as possible. I think I'm still gonna do it, at least try, because worst case I just pour it down the drain, right? Just trying to break it down here to make it easier to clean later. So I'm just going to trickle more water in and hope for the best here. Yeah, once there's enough, I'll stir it up again and see if I can get any extra, solid wort out of it. At 10:30, it's definitely not worth it because that's going to be, that's going to be all of a 2% beer. 2.5% beer, which is just not even worth my time. But if I can somehow squeeze out a little bit more, then it'll for sure be worth it. I don't necessarily need the sparge on for this part, which is why I'm not worried about it. It would be nice to have, but really it's just a matter of getting the water in. Now the temperature is a bit lower now, so that could be the issue that I run into of just not having enough hot enough water. Because the grains are still at a good temp, but the water itself is a little bit lower, I bet. Alright, so I'm going to add more. I need to move to the kettle because we're about to get a hot break. We're about to get a boil over, rather. Just going to close that. I'm going to go ahead and skim. Wow. Full boil kettle. Temp 200, so we're almost at a boil here. Maybe I should consider the whirlpool idea, because it's going to be a bit tough to try to keep a consistent whirlpool when I'm adding that candy sugar in. Come on, brain, do the thing. I really don't like messing with this pump though, it's not crazy strong. I'm just gonna let that sit for probably like another 30 minutes or so and just not mess with it and let the temp do what it's gonna do. I definitely need hoses here. Okay. I'm going to switch to the action cam so you can see what's going on. But that's actually at a boil now, so that's cool, and it's not boiling over. That's awesome. Despite the hot break. Let me see if this is going to work. Action cam, go. Oh, I forgot the action cam was there. 1 sec. just going to turn this down a little bit. This is the dangerous part. Okay, I'm just going to turn it off. Because I would rather it not boil over at all than it try to boil over while I'm not paying attention. So, hopefully that's not like an awful view of things. Okay, I should probably just stop messing with it for now. Let me get my pump ready. Yeah, that doesn't look great, but whatever. Alright, a less lengthy hose. Probably not lengthy enough. Tried to cut some at different lengths so that I could use different things for different stuff. And this one's not long enough either. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna have to go with the longer one. My concern is that it might be too long of a hose, and I won't be able to use it. Oops, that was loud and unnecessary. So this is dangerously close, but I mean, hey, it's just a full volume kettle. That's what it's going to look like. Okay, that should work. I don't want that to touch the ground, so. Clamp, that's what I'm looking for. So this pump does need to be primed first. So I've got the pump on the ground. I'm not sure if that can be seen. I cannot see my camera, my computer right now. But I've got a pump on the ground, a hose going from the spigot into the pump, and then out of the pump up into the top of the kettle here. So what that means is I need to open this up just a little bit, fill the pump, plug the pump in, and then turn it on. Make sure it's open all the way. So technically the pump really sure what I'm doing wrong here. It's open. Okay, so that will let somehow. Okay, I don't really know what the deal is. I hope I didn't just waste all this time trying to get this going, so let me close it then. I can't really, okay. Yeah, the pump is not turning on. I mean, usually this one's a pretty quiet, it's a small anvil pump, and it's pretty quiet, all things considered, but I mean, it should be turning on. I don't see that it's not showing any signs of actually working anymore. So that is really good to hear, especially considering I just got wort all up inside it. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working anymore. I mean, I haven't used it in what might be months, weeks, but that doesn't mean it can just stop working. That doesn't mean it should just stop working. I mean, I like to think that products can last longer than weeks. I'm just going to try to plug it in somewhere else and see if it works. The reason I want a whirlpool so bad is so that it's easier for me to add the candy sugar without singeing the bottom of my kettle. I've done that before. I don't want it to happen again. I don't want to singe the bottom of my kettle. So I guess I'll have to figure it out some other time. But that means I just get to do it the old-fashioned way. So I need to get the, no, I don't necessarily need to get the heat going again. I should be good to just add the candy sugar. And it does not smell good, in case you were wondering what it smelled like. I'm sure you were. No, I was. Old school whirlpool. So I'm just doing it in parts to ensure that it doesn't, even like reach the bottom is the idea. So we've got about less than half of the bag left here. Some of the least interesting parts of Brewday, but hey, we're here. I'm also just being very careful as to not spill any, because obviously that's just a mess waiting for me to clean up. I don't want to clean up a mess. I don't even like cleaning up after myself in the first place, so I'm just going to take my time here and not let it not stir too hard. Doesn't seem like anything's on the bottom, so I should be good to just continue stirring here. I should be okay to get the heat going again. Cool. Okay. So now to get it back to a boil and get my hops ready. I'm going to keep stirring so that if there is any undissolved sugar, I don't want it to fall to the bottom. If there's any of that candy syrup that didn't dissolve here, I want to make sure it's going to dissolve. I don't want it to singe. So my volume is a little higher now, just because it did dissolve, thus adding volume. So that's something to consider. I should go ahead and do another gravity reading. Using that pump would have been super nice, but hey, it is what it is. I don't know if it was something with the surge protector, I don't know. It's getting super nice out, so I'm going to open the garage door a little bit more now. I had it closed just because it was a bit bright, but it doesn't seem as bright now. So I'm going to open the garage door a little, let more light in. But I'm also going to mute, so I'm going to cool. So I'm probably going to turn the heat down just a bit once it gets to a boil so that it does not continue to get to a boil over by any means. So I'm going to check on it real quick. It looks like it should be getting to a boil here soon. It's at 200 or so. At our altitude, the boiling point's right around 1013, 1012, or 212. I don't know what I can get out of this, but let's see if anything. There's really only one way to know if this is going to give me a second beer. So yeah, it's very, very amber colored. Not even super amber, it's light amber colored. Which tells me there's not as much sugar in it, of course. But if I can get this to 3 gallons with an a gravity over 1050, 1040, I'll even say, yeah, 1040, because with the boil it should help a little bit. But if I can get a 3.5 gallons at 1045, that's a solid beer. And I think that maybe make a decent addition to the lineup. Now, that probably wouldn't make its way to the wedding, but it would give me some more beer on hand, which is not a bad thing at all. Alrighty. almost at 3 gallons on our secondary. Almost at a boil on our primary. We are at a boil on our primary. So, it's 1.5 ounces of Challenger up front. So almost 3 gallons, which I think I'm cool with. Let me just check the gravity on it. Let me get a bag ready, a grain bag. Should probably go ahead and turn down the heat a little. Wow, I only have massive bags. I do need to get a gravity reading of this too, so I should probably do that. Hopefully that works. Transition. Hopefully that's a little bit better now. But we are at a solid boil. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it down a little bit more. So I don't want it to be too crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit more. But I'm doing 1.5 ounces of Challenger up front. Challenger, not sure if you cannot see that. Of course not. Why would that even work? Yo, take it easy. Very rigorous boil. I'm gonna go ahead and get my hops in. I'm gonna get them in my bag first. That way I can at least weigh the bag down a little. So, 1 ounce Challenger. A little bit more in there. Come on, there's like 1 hop left. Okay, cool. Now, the half bagger Challenger. The downside of using the grain bag, it won't fall all the way to the bottom sometimes, especially if you don't have, 5 ounces of hops going in. That's pretty dangerous, so I'm going to make sure not to leave it like that. I only need a half packet of this one. just don't want it to be too close to the flame down there, so that's not burn my bag up. But I think I'm trying to heat up just a little bit more now. I do want to boil off some of the volume, just not all of it. Maybe I shouldn't put the spoon right there just because I don't want it to get hot and I don't want to grab it and burn myself, so. Cool. I should go ahead and do the gravity. Let me get boil gravity. So let me go ahead and see. I added it on hops about 2 minutes ago. So 3 o'clock, cool. So 4 o'clock boil will be over. Let me swap back to live stream. I guess I could have left it over here since I'm going back to the kettle right now, but whatever. I'm expecting like a 1070 or so, 1080 gravity right now. That is really hard to tell. It's very, very hard to tell what the gravity is. Maybe I should pull it from the bottom. It smells good. I can smell the hops in it. I can smell the grass, the greenness of it, of the fresh hops that were just added. Come on, over 1070. 1066, 1065, which isn't awful. It's going down a little bit, but we'll see where that puts us after the boil. What? Why is it 1060? What are you talking about? It really should be like 1080 at this point, 1070. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know why I can't get max. I don't even know if it's efficiency. I don't even know what the actual problem is. I just know I'm pretty sure that gravity is way lower than what it should have been. I mean, I added a pound of pretty much just sugar. Maybe I need to add the corn sugar like I mentioned earlier too. I mean, we'll see. Hey, you're back. A plastic spoon. I put it, sorry, I was not looking at the camera, so I didn't see any of your questions, and I apologize. But I ended up putting the camera on top of the kettle up there just because it wouldn't stick to, I didn't end up putting anything on the wall. I didn't have anything to put anywhere. I had it on the kettle, but for whatever reason it fell off. It kept falling off. So I had to improvise. I had it on a tripod on top of the kettle, and that seemed to work. But now the issue that I've run into is I was hoping to have the kettle seen too, but that doesn't look like that's going to happen because the kettle's all the way over there. I mean, it's right there. So I've got the camera on a tripod sitting on my laptop stand that I'm using. That's essentially running the stream right now. I need a 45-minute timer, so 3:45. I'll be adding my last round of pops. Hey Siri, set a 40-minute timer.
Okay, your timer is set for.
Cool. 5 minutes have passed since I put my hops in, so that's why I went 40. I'm gonna test the smaller, lighter Belgian beer. If this is anywhere over 1040, I'm doing it. It's probably not, just based on how light it is. And it's super light. It's 1024. So this is not going to work for the Party Gal beer. I don't know where I went wrong with that one either. The gravity should be way higher than where it is. Luckily, I'll be adding cherries to it. I should probably make a strong puree, so I can make sure that the flavor, lasts. Add more sugar to it, so get more ABV. Yeah, a solid 1024 on this smaller beer that you can't see right now. So I'm probably just gonna have to dump it. I may pour it down the drain as to not make a mess of my driveway. But I'll have to do that later, I think. I don't need volume, so I don't even need this. It was a little bit of a waste of time, but hey, it was worth a shot, right? In theory, it would have worked. I don't know how I went wrong. But then again, like I said, 20 pounds of grain. I guess I might have just the wrong understanding of it, which is definitely possible. I'm probably just wrong in my understanding. But I think this is the time I would usually go about cleaning stuff. But I don't really have an easy way to do that right now, not without leaving propane burning. So I'm probably just going to not do that, and maybe I can adjust the stream so I can be closer to the kettle. Okay, that is getting a little getting a bit much there, so I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Okay, maybe back up a little bit. But I saw that you asked a question. You asked, oh, thanks. You said I look good. Appreciate that, man. I got my hair cut not long ago. I got some cut off the top. You know that. So that's cool. One of my merch shirts to kind of show off a little bit. I thought I saw you ask, what's the scale? Yeah, what's the scale for gravity? So gravity, to make a long story short, is really just testing. You're seeing the amount of, in this case, there's other like definitions, but for brewing, really what you're doing is you're getting a measurement of the dissolved solids in a liquid. In this case, how much dissolved sugar is in it? How much sugar is present in the test, in the amount, the volume? There are a few ways to get that number. The way that I've been using recently is with a refractometer. I don't have an easy way to show the refractometer, unfortunately, but this is what it looks like. Long story short, you take this little thingy, take volume. Can you see that there's something in it now? Yeah, it's clear. Now there's stuff in it. But you would take this, drip some onto this glass kind of panel here. Behind it is some stuff. There's a little bit of stuff. You close it. It essentially presses the liquid onto it, and then you look through it, and it essentially uses light to not disperse, but to show you what the amount of sugar in it. There's a few different ratings for it. I use gravity just because it's the easiest. There's also Brix, B-R-I-X, which would be like 10 bricks, 11 bricks, opposed to 1.0 something. 1.000 is the gravity of water. So you're comparing your liquid versus water, essentially. How sugary is your substance, your solution, compared to water? But you would look through, and it would show you essentially a light and a dark. Where that line is that number. So in this case, mine has markings on the side. So when you look through it, there's a pretty clear distinction of this is 1.0, in this case, 25. 1.025 means this is barely any more, has barely any more sugar than actual water does. For instance, the beer that you can't see, the one that's right, the wort, for instance, that's right there in that kettle, that one is 1068 right now, 1065. 1.065, so it's significantly more sugar in this opposed to water. So yeah, exactly, higher gravity is good for strong beer, yes. So the higher the gravity, theoretically, the stronger the beer. I say theoretically because that's all up to your yeast and your environment. If you have good yeast, healthy yeast, and it's if you have good healthy yeast and it's in a good environment, so like the temperature at which you ferment, if that's between its preferred range, you should, in theory, ferment as much as you can out of that one packet. In this case, a 5-gallon batch of beer. This packet of specific yeast, this is very specific yeast. There are just many different strains for different things, for like flavors, esters, strength. There's a lot that goes into it. But to make a long story short, this pack of yeast can ferment a 5-gallon batch of beer at about 10. That should be at about 10%. It could do up to like an 11% beer on its own. I did get 2 packages because I expected my gravity to be far higher than where it actually is. 2 packages because I'm doing a 6-gallon batch, and one of these may be able to do a 5-gallon batch at 10%, but I don't know if it could do a 6-gallon batch at 10% on its own. Usually you can do what's called make what's called a yeast starter. So you essentially make a small amount of wort, a small amount of beer using extract, not grains like I have in here, but extract, which is essentially like a syrup version of the sugar, or a powdered version, a dry version of the sugar. But really it's just condensed, compressed, dried, or syruped. But you can make a little bit of wort out of it, which is just the sugary water, essentially what's in the kettle right now. You pitch your yeast into it, the yeast will eat away the sugar that's in it and start to multiply and start to work hard before you even pitch it into your actual fermenter. So what I'm doing here is, hopefully I was going to be getting a 9% beer out of this, but it doesn't look like I am. It's probably going to be closer to 7, which whatever. But I do have 2 packages of yeast. I already smacked both, so I should probably just pitch both and save some of it later in case I do another high gravity Belgian beer, which is very likely. But we'll see. It didn't go quite as I intended, but what are you gonna do, right? We'll see towards the end, because the sugar, the gravity should slightly increase by the end of the boil. So hopefully it will be higher. Right now it's about 10 points lower than what I want, about 2%, 3% lower than what I want. I was hoping it to be around 8 or so percent right now, 9%, and it's hovering around 6 or 7, probably 6.5. We should brew a beer sometime. Next time you're off on a weekend, I think you are off on weekends, but we can definitely do something. I brew usually most weekends if I can. I won't probably be brewing over the next couple weeks because I'm not going to have anywhere to put it. But once I start cleaning and kicking kegs, I should be okay to start brewing again, probably in 2 weeks. Our extract. So extracts are generally, they're just not, they're a little bit more expensive generally. I say that kind of with a grain of salt. This recipe generally could cost $30 to $40 for a 6-gallon batch of 10.5% beer. It's probably gonna run you like $30. If you're doing an extract version, so without 20 pounds of grains, you'd be looking at like 5 pounds of grains and like 10 or 15 pounds of extract. You don't get as much out of the beer as you would if you had grains versus extract. You can plug and play a little bit more with grains because you can add just more grains if you want more of a flavor, more of a color. There's only really a few different types of extract, liquid, dry, and then a couple different types of liquid extract and dry extract. But you're just less flexible with it. So it's an easy way to start getting into it because you don't need this whole system, right? You can use something like what I have behind me and that kettle behind me there to do an extract kit. But with all grain, especially one with a 20-pound grain bill, you want to use a full-on mash tun just because it's got the capacity and it can hold temperature a little bit better, blah, blah, blah. But generally, this is something like this. A setup like this is generally better. They're not necessarily bad extracts. It's just you can get more out of the grains and stuff. You can generally get more precise with grains than you can with extract. For instance, if I wanted it to be a brighter color, I could just go less of this grain, more of this grain. Or the other way around, if I wanted it to be a little bit darker, I can just add a little bit more of this grain. You don't get to do that with extract. You can, but there's almost no point in adding a cup of extract or a small amount, because that's only going to add sugar and a little bit of color and a little bit of flavor, opposed to quite a bit of flavor and quite a bit of color. I mean, you can just influence the beer more using grains than extract. Extract is a fantastic way to get into homebrewing, though. You need less equipment, and it's usually just easier because with that less equipment means less work. I keep setting in the cup and something sticky on the table. I should probably do better about cleaning up after myself. Cleaning the table in the garage, not just the brew stuff. All I ever really do is sweep the garage out when I'm done. I'll spray it down with the water hose, sweep it out, and clean my equipment. That's my cleaning for the day. If I can get 1080 or something like that out of this, I'll be cool with that. I do think I'm just severely losing efficiency. Efficiency is just essentially the percentage of how much sugar you get out of it versus how much sugar is actually possible to get out of it. So 100% would be you got every single granular sugar out of the grains. You converted every enzyme out of the grains into sugar, and that sugar then is left for the yeast to take care of. Generally speaking, that's not always the case as far as my beers as of late, just because I've messed it up one way or another. But I'm working on that. I'm trying to get better about certain things. My gravity is a little bit lower, probably 10 points lower than where I want it to be right now. But I'm hoping for like a 1080, 1085. 1085 into the fermenter would give me about an 8% beer if my yeast ferments all of it out, which is fine. I'm cool with over 8%. Anything under that is subpar personally, just because I'm not hitting the mark on this particular beer. A dark quad should be 9-10%. 8% is more of a tripel, if you will. That's not bad, but it's just not what I'm wanting. But I should probably try to start cleaning things up and get the grains out of here, just to make it easier for the end of my day. So let me do that. I need to get a couple trash bags first. So I'm going to throw up my BRB, and I will BRB. So with my grains, I usually try at least to give them to a farmer friend of mine, my buddy Wyatt. Shout out to Wyatt if you're watching. Probably not, but hey, I get it. You probably have your kids right now. But I usually save my grains and I give them to a friend of mine who's looking to be self-sufficient. Before the ice storm here in Texas, he had a very nice garden, got some chickens. He did lose the garden to the ice storm. Luckily, the chickens survived. But the grains he would give to the chickens for food or as part of compost for the garden. So as long as it's getting used, I don't really care. I'm wanting to try to open up my circle a little bit so I can meet other people that would use the grains, whether it's for bread, animals. I don't really care. I just don't want to throw it away. I mean, you can use it. It can be used. So I try to save the grains. As of late, if I don't end up giving them to Wyatt, they just go in the trash, and I don't like that. So I try to save and recycle everything that I can, whether that's the water. As you'll see later, when I'm chilling my wort, I like to capture it back. That's what those water buckets at the front of my garage are for. So I'm just breaking this back, just taking that off. That's still boiling away, so that's cool. We've got about 20 more minutes before I have to add my second round of hops. After that, it's going to be done. I am going to add in a little bit of yeast nutrient. I'm going to add in a little bit of yeast nutrient just so... Here, I can actually pour this back in. This is the stronger... Ooh, whoops. Make sure everything is still alive here. I just kicked my power cord. Everything's still good? Okay. I'm turning my heat up just a little bit because I'm not sure what happened, but the boil slowly just kind of trickled out. So I'm turning it back up just a little bit. But I'm going to use my pitcher here, the one I was using earlier. For samples, I'm just going to use this to scoop my grains out. It's a little inefficient, but I don't have much of a choice here. Usually for my grain basket, I can just dump it in. I don't have that option here, so I can't do that. Let me see. You asked, what am I sipping? I'm actually sipping the beer that you had while you were over not long ago. I'm drinking my chocolate milk stout, but rather than the nitro one, because the one that was on tap just kicked yesterday, I'm actually drinking the CO2 version that I bottled when I was kegging it. So I've been splitting my packaging, so it would bottle half and keg half. That way I'm not forced essentially to drink 5 gallon family that visit. So. But yeah, so this is essentially what I do. Let me move my camera over just a little bit more. Not much, but hey, it at least helps. And I should probably sit so you can see my face. This is a little bit of like a clunky way to try to get my grains, but I mean it's really the only way I have. Especially considering if I am able to see Wyatt, it's just a matter of making sure that they're not moldy or anything like that. So doing it this way kind of helps make sure there's not any water. I mean, some of it's going to come because the grains will absorb it. So there's going to be some water in the trash bag I'm using here, but the less water the better, just because the more water it means it can mold, and obviously I don't want to feed Wyatt's chickens moldy grains. I bet the grains would still work for his for his garden though, but for the ones that don't have mold on it. But I would not be comfortable giving him grains to feed his animals. You can make dog biscuits with grains. You can make bread with these grains. We did the dog biscuits once and it was cool, but just like the grains, they can go bad if they're not stored properly. So that's super important. This is going to be really hard to like actually clean out. I'm going to turn my heat down a little bit because that boil isn't moving. Cool, so I turned that down. Let me use my mash paddle. I'm just going to try to get as much of it further down to my side as possible, just because I want to save as much as I can to save Wyatt as much as I can. continue getting my grains out here. Eventually I'll be able to get my false bottom out, but for now, and there are, and I should probably just look into it at this point, there are grain bags you can get for your cooler, your chest cooler. Those exist, and those are cool, but they're expensive. They're kind of expensive, like $40, $50 for it. And I don't want to do all that, man. I really don't. So I have yet to actually buy one. At this point, I could have had one bought and delivered and used, and that would really make things easy for me. But it doesn't look like. I don't think that way. I don't think that. Oh, if I do it now, I won't have to later. Yeah, that's not how my brain works. So I may need to just dump this, honestly. There's very little I can do with what's in it. All this noise. If I lived closer to like a forest of sorts, or actual trees, woodlands, if you will, you could use this to like feed deer and some other wildlife. I could even use it to help like a flower bed if I wanted to, for bees and stuff, which I have considered actually. Save the bees, you know. You ever have someone leaving your neighborhood in an 18-wheeler on a Sunday afternoon? No? Just me? Just us here? Okay, so I guess I probably can grab it now, and hopefully I can easily... Hopefully there's an easy way to do that. I'm going to pour a little water over here. I'm cleaning up some of the work that hit the ground from when I was doing my pump thing, when I was trying to get my pump working. If I leave it there, it's just going to get sticky and not fun. I should look at getting like those gloves that are like rubber gloves that are like heat resistant. I don't want these to get sticky. These are like rated up to like 300 degrees, which is cool, so I can grab the kettle if I need to or what have you, but this stuff I don't like doing because I don't want this to get sticky. Alright, so I'm getting my grain bag off here, and I probably should have bought more when I was at the homebrew store the other day. I meant to, but I did not add it to my list, thus it did not get picked up. I guess I'm just going to put this in here. Alrighty, so things are looking good. Brewday is almost done. We've got about 15, 20 minutes left. Well, really about 30 minutes left in our boil. But about 15 left until we have to get the grains going. I'm sorry, the last round of hops going. Okay, so I'm going to try to use this, I guess, to try to get the rest of my grains out. I don't even know. But yeah, hopefully this beer turns out well. I mean, I'm not too worried about it. It should still taste fine, but it's just not what I want or not what I was hoping for. Which, I mean, it's just I try to hit the mark every time, but it doesn't always happen. In fact, it happens less often than it does. It's more likely that I miss it than I do hit it. So, okay, that is a boiling. Should be fine though, because I've lost probably already a half gallon or so of wort. So that rigorous boil isn't a huge deal yet. Lately I've been cleaning during my brew day, so that's been helping me after. But then again, I haven't used this in, I couldn't even tell you, probably months, over the last like 3 or 4 months probably. That's probably the best that I can do here without making a mess in the garage, which I absolutely don't want to do. So I'm probably just going to close this snap for now and get it over to the front of the garage so that I can clean it and dump it. Alright, so let me I should go ahead and get my fermenter ready. I mean, things are still looking mostly good, so I should still be able to do most of what I'm intending. I just need to wash my hands, but I don't have a clean bucket. That bucket, 4 are in use. Okay, so it looks like this is my only not in use bucket. Okay, sorry about that. So I've got my mash tun out of the way now. Let's see. All right, so that's good. I guess, let me think. Okay, so I'll probably call the live stream when I'm chilling the beer, or the wort, just because it's hard to clean and stream. At least it is for now. So I'm probably going to call it there, which means in probably like another 30 minutes. But hey, that makes a 4-hour live stream, so should be plenty. But we'll see. It all kind of depends on how things are looking. But here in about 9 minutes, I'll be adding my second round of hops, which is going to be 1.5 ounces of Sovereign hops, which I don't think I've ever used before. Maybe in other like dark beers, maybe once, because the name sounds familiar, but it doesn't seem familiar in that it's not recognizable currently. Because there's some hops that I use almost all the time, just because I like to brew IPAs. But here we are. is moving okay. So that's awesome. I already have a fermenter. I'm working. I did buy an 8-gallon bucket. These are all 6.5-gallon buckets, which means you can really put about 5 or 6 in it max before you start to risk the need of a blow-off tube or some other means of saving it from like crazy fermentation. There are now flies and bees in here. Let me close the garage door again. I was really hoping to try to leave it open just because it's so nice out. Hopefully by closing the door, little fewer flying things will come in. At least that's the idea. As few as possible, that would be great. As close to 0 would be awesome. I'm gonna check, let me take a look at my kettle here. So we're still pushing 6.75 gallons right now. I should probably turn up the boil a little bit just to kind of make sure I can get to the volume I want. 6.5 is cool, 6.75 is a bit more than I want. So I'm gonna turn it up a little bit more. Stronger boil means it'll boil off more. And that's kind of what I want here in the last 20 minutes of the boil. Here in like 6 minutes, I'll be adding that second round of hops as well as some, what am I looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, the yeast nutrient. I've got that off to the side here, so once that's done, I can add that. I'm not too worried about clarity. I don't want any grains or hop debris. But this is a dark beer. Should be like a dark amber color, close to a burgundy is ideal. Something to that, like a dark cherry color, of course, is ideal. That's what I'm hoping for. So I'm not too worried about clarity on this one. If this were like a light pale or an IPA, as I just mentioned, then yeah, we would want to clear it up just a little bit. But this in particular, it doesn't necessarily need to be super clear. I'm now remembering that I have adhesive mounts for my GoPro. And I wonder if an adhesive mount would work instead of the suction cup, where I could just stick it to the wall, opposed to trying to suction it to the wall. The suction did not work, which is why I'm not using it. At least not on the wall. I mean, it didn't really work on anything. It would work great for cars, because that's what it's built for. But my garage wall is not a car. So it makes for a very hard means of trying to get that going. Trying to get it to essentially stay where I need it to, really. Because it just fell off and all kinds of stuff. Oh snap. I did have to turn off the heat. That vigorous boil, it didn't boil over, luckily, I caught it in time, but I'm gonna have to relight the burner. So I'm gonna start low and slow, and then I'll start to creep it back up. Because I do want to boil some of that off. But not with, I don't want to make a giant mess in my garage, so. Cool, so I'm gonna move this now, because this is just a bucket of stuff that needs to be cleaned. So I'm gonna move this. I'll put it over near the Okay, so that looks good. That looks good. All right. So hopefully the delay on my video is gone. I can't really tell right now. I'll have to watch it back and adjust accordingly. One of the things I'm still ironing out with the live stream. But hopefully the idea is to be able to use footage from the live stream for my grain to glass videos so that I don't have to, so that I can kind of shift my focus from one thing to another from the live stream. Really, it's just like when I brew and I don't stream, but I also make a video, I'm just standing around. Like right now, if I were not streaming, I would be standing trying to put a script together for what I'm doing, what I'm trying to do, what I expect to happen. But that's really hard on the fly, especially with considering I make mistakes. Things don't happen as I expect them to, especially since, like, for instance, the gravity thing. I mean, my estimated gravity at 65% efficiency was 1074 for a pre-boil gravity, ended at 1074 versus 1065. So I'm 55% efficiency, which is garbage. I mean, I don't even know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong there. There's something that I'm missing, whether that's my water profile isn't right to where something is up, or the temperature. I don't know. I do not know. I can ask the experts at my local homebrew store. I can ask around. I'm in a few homebrew groups on Facebook, and people are pretty responsive there. So I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. But we'll see. I usually have music going too. A little bit of lo-fi. I love lo-fi music while I'm doing something else. All right. So let me move this out of the way because this is my half ounce of Challenger. If that. I should get my Sovereign hops ready. I should be able to just open it, pour half of the packet into the other packet. All right, I guess I'm not gonna. Okay, I am gonna open the whole thing. Acid rating of 14% and the other was 4. So I probably should have mixed and matched it and made sure that the 1.5 was. I did notice that one said 14% and the other said 4. So we're at the tail end of the of Brewday. There was my timer for my hops here. And that means I'll also be adding in my yeast nutrient. So I stopped that. I'm not going to put that right behind my mic because if it vibrates, then my mic vibrates. This smells so good. I can smell the berries. I can definitely smell like the darker fruit because I don't know what that actually smells like. Be using a scale so I can like accurately measure this stuff, but where's the fun in that? Also, I didn't feel like running inside. Cam real quick, like. Apologies for the quality of the action cam. It is a little bit lower, but that's just because I'm using a 4K camera. This GoPro can do webcam functionality at 1080p. I'm pretty sure. All right, so 1.5 ounces hops in. That's gonna be a really good flavor addition. I also need to add my yeast nutrient. Nutrient going in. Maybe I should go ahead and add that extra sugar because a slightly drier beer is not a bad thing. So let me see if I have some, at least enough I can measure. I've got about 2 ounces of priming sugar, which means it's just pretty much corn sugar, about 2.5 ounces or so. You should turn this up just a little bit. Get my ladle. This will help with the gravity as well as drying the beer out. So, and that's a good thing in this case. So I'm just gonna try to get a nice little whirlpool going again. Alright, so about 2 ounces of corn sugar to dry it out. That will help a little bit with the gravity. I can't tell you how much because I don't know. I'll be lying if I said I knew. I don't know what that's actually going to do to our gravity. But it's definitely going to dry the beer out just a little bit. I mean, 2 ounces isn't all that much. I mean, it's less than the amount of hops we just put in. So I'm going to set this down real quick. I'm just trying to make sure that nothing is on the bottom of the kettle, potentially scorching it. Wow, this is a mess. This is just a mess. I really should work on the quality of these things before I get back to the live streams, just because that part right there, I mean, I need a better situation for the action cam, I think. Really, I think it boils down to the action cam, pun intended. I think it comes down to the action cam. If I can find a spot to put that would greatly increase the quality of things. And I can for sure use that footage of me throwing in the hops, saying it, I can put a script together after the fact because I'll know how much hops I actually put in. I'll know what the gravity actually was instead of assuming. And that's a lot of what I've been doing. And generally that's okay, but I'm trying to make better content. I really like these Sovereign hops. I mean, intense peach, red currant, berry, and cherry. I mean, I really like the aroma that it offers. Since I'm only doing the one beer and not the two, I can for sure use both of these. I should probably I'll get a gravity reading once I get into the fermenter, so I'm not tripping. But I'm hoping for it to hit something over 1080. The higher the better. We've probably got another 10 minutes left on the boil, so that means it's about time to start getting our chillers and stuff ready. So I need, I guess, this bucket, the only other bucket I have right now. I need to put ice and water in it. so now I need to get my wort chiller in it, and I need to get some ice cubes or ice packs. So I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna throw up my BRB, and I will BRB. Alrighty, so I am gonna go ahead and get my pre-chiller ready. Maybe I should try to use this, just because it's stainless and it may hold the temp a little bit better. And I bet I can set this on the side. No, okay. So I'm just gonna do that again. I'm gonna need more water, but that's okay. Alright, action cam time. Action cam. I may need to move the cords and stuff that I have so that I do not run the risk of like electrocution of any sort. So I may need to figure that out, but I'll figure that out later. I need more water in this. I need my other. Alrighty, so I do use two chillers. The little one I use as a pre-chiller. The big one, silver one here, I use as my actual chiller. So this is the one that goes into the kettle. I'm going to go ahead and put it in now so that I can get it disinfected and make sure that I do not, infect the beer. I'm going to drain this hot bag. So my hops are good. Let me make sure that's a bit of hot debris there, but that's okay. So I like to take one big ice pack, put it inside of it so that it's like touching. Now to get a couple more ice packs in there. Because I want the water that goes into the big chiller, I want it to be as cold as possible. best way to do this. Turn the temp down just a little bit. Okay, so our boil is officially done, which means Brewday is essentially done. I just need to chill that, so I need to hook up my water hose, turn it on, and then go from there. Things are looking good though. It should just be as easy as chilling my work. I need to get some sanitizer in my fermenter, so I can do that while it's chilling, because that's going to take another 30 or so minutes. Hopefully this doesn't take me like 3-4 hours to clean. It shouldn't. It should take me probably an hour or so to get everything cleaned, but after that I'll be able to relax, eat some dinner. I haven't eaten anything all day, so that'll be fun. But once I eat, we'll be good, and then I can call it a day. I can get to my D&D session on time, blah, blah, blah. Let me make sure it's still going on. So many notifications. Wow, people are trying to get a hold of me this brew day. I'm going to confirm the time. But, so that looks good. I should be okay to, I guess now's not a bad time to try to go ahead and get it chilled and all that stuff. But I should probably call it there. This is not a bad time to end it by any means. I'm going to go ahead and chill my work and get it pitched into my fermenter. I'll get a gravity reading, and then I'll get my yeast in. For those that watch, thank you for watching. Thank you for giving me time out of your day. That's a big deal. You only get so much time in a day, let alone your existence. So thank you for spending even just a little bit, a portion of that with me. I was here, you kind of were with me, so I definitely appreciate that. Don't forget to like and comment. Don't forget to subscribe as well. Hit the notification bell so you can see when I go live next. It might not be for another couple weeks, considering I don't have any more space to brew or ferment. I've got 4 beers fermenting right now. My Light of My Life Pilsner, the Sour Big Day Philly Sour Raspberry Sour, my Hazelnut Porter Hazelnuptials, and my Smash IPA Wedding Smashers. I've got 4 beers fermenting right now. This is going to make 5, which is absolutely crazy. So that's fun, but once I get that taken care of, I'll be able to, get it inside, get it in the spot to ferment. I do need to test the other beers that I have, stuff like that, so that's fun. But I will probably continue working. I'm just gonna probably throw up the BRB, I guess. Actually, I'll just throw up the action cam so you can see me, and then eventually I'll just end it. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get moving. Thanks again for watching. There we go. Thanks again for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the comments, but I'm gonna go ahead and end that here. But for now, I'm gonna go ahead and get my stuff started, my chilling. I'm gonna let the streams catch up, and then I'm gonna call it a day. Thanks again. Let me know if I can answer any questions that you may have. I have some big upcoming news, so don't forget to subscribe and follow me on Instagram. You'll see it on the card over here. So don't forget to take a look at that. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get my stuff cleaned up. Thanks again for watching. I'm gonna mute it, so I apologize if it's absolutely weird hearing nothing. But I'm gonna let the stream run for a couple more minutes so that YouTube and Twitch can catch up with Streamlabs. Those that know what I mean know what I mean. Thanks again. I'll catch you in the next one.